Seems kind of weird. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Seems that the stream is kicked off okay, and fingers crossed we don't have any of the drama like yesterday. So, yeah, this is my virtual trading journal. I stream every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, which is the cash system, cash close. The first 30 minutes here is a pre-market and setup. And then we open at 8:30. All times on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard Time. This is, I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice. And I repeat, this is my personal virtual trading journal. Now, what does that mean? I trade live funded account. The executions platform here is Bookmap, and this is an AMP futures account funded by me with my own funds. So I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream, and as a result, everything is completely detailed and transparent, and that's the reason the stream is so long, because I trade the cash market. So I want to be sure that there's no trades, that I don't pass up any trades because my stream is down, and I don't want to take trades off the stream because that violates my commitment. So there you go. I am not monetized by YouTube in any way, so your likes and subs are really appreciated, and any kind of contribution there in the chat, questions, trolling, laughing, whatever's perfectly fair and appreciated. All right. Let's get on to the first order of business, which are the numbers here. And we have the cash, the jobs number is already out this morning, initial jobless claims, and we have initial home sales up at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Those are both 3-star events. Obviously, the jobs number is, a big miss, as everybody expected this. Non-farm payroll released yesterday is obviously a classic example of the emperor's new robes, So I don't know what's going to happen there, but pretty disappointing to me. This is investing.com. It's my primary news source for years. It's free. That's why there's all these ads floating around over here. But I keep it free because I want to make as many of the resources as I use here available for anyone, no matter where they might be. And I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. Those are both paid for services, and there's nothing I can do. But this is free, and there you go. You can filter it for any kind of time zone or reports you want. If you're living in KL and you want to follow the Nikkei, there you go. You can set it up. As I said, this is the economic calendar. These are traditional economic numbers and releases. There is no political risk events or anything that are pulled into this calendar, and I appreciate that. Another thing that's important to understand or to know, you see how the title turns into a link? If you don't know what the initial jobless claims report is about, you can click that link and it'll give you the history of the report and who puts it out and all that kind of stuff. Very handy. I want to also mention that we are in the throes of earnings season. I suppose everybody knows that. These are the earnings out for today only. America. So you see why I don't snap these and put them anyplace. Isn't that amazing? And it still goes on. Now, the Mag 7 and the big, these are sorted by market cap. The big ones I've already pretty much reported, except we're going to get NVIDIA, I think, which is the last Mag 7 left, and that'll be on the 25th. So earnings, let's, what can we do? Now, I will say one thing about Yeah, there we go. The other news source that I have that I use here is Financial Juice. And it is similar but different to investing.com. First of all, you can filter it also, but not as in detail, and there's no links to take you to the reports. You can click this little guy over here, and that might take you somewhere. I'm not sure where it goes, to be honest with you. It has a feature that I really appreciate, and that is that they do pull non-typical economic reports or numbers or events into this calendar. Now, nothing's here yet, but I can promise you that before the day's over, there will be a press conference or Trump saying something or Bondi testifying or Becent or somebody. And I really appreciate that because I hope you realize that we are trading under a different environment where there can be huge potential risk to our auction by somebody saying something. And so that's good, and I appreciate it. Over on the right side here is more of a squawk box, kind of an up to the minute or up to the hour. This is also free. You can pay for it if you want to. This guy, somebody ought to this Navarro, he's been around for, I don't understand how some of these guys get where they are, but I guess that's why I'm where I am. All right, so there we go for the news and stuff. Let's get on to the pre-market, which is what we really are here for, isn't it? The market. Investing. This is Investor RT. This is my charting software. These are the micros. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES high profile or high time frame chart, which I call the micro composite chart. And this is a ES, the mini market profile. I don't bother switching it back and forth between micro and mini. I also track the same configuration for the minis. But since I'm trading the micros, that's what we're focusing on my live account. Now, here's yesterday's RTH session. And here's the overnight so far. What did we do? Well, we sold off pretty hard. We kind of recouped a little bit of it. We sold off again, and a little bit of, profit taking here overnight. And then, of course, London had to come in and voice their opinion. Renko charts, by the way. And down here we have the micro composite or my high time frame chart. Let me point out to you that on all of the IRT charts, in the header is the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the time frame or type of chart, and the session, the periodicity and the session. So this is the higher time frame or micro composite chart. Real simple. It's RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, this yellow thing, and these red and green lines, which represent high and low volume nodes of this market, of this micro composite profile. And those levels push automatically to Bookmap. The POC, the high, the low, that kind of thing, I manually enter. Volume is what? Is volume and stuff so far this morning? Well, we're way down in volume at this time, looking back over 20 days for this period of time, this time slot, 69%. And we're down to 1.5 points per 1 minute ATR. We have CPI out tomorrow, so this could be a giant hold day. Remember now, yesterday had the probability of looking backwards over 1,600 days. Yesterday had a 2.5% probability of not taking out either the IB high or the IB low. It did so. We did not take the initial balance stat, which is rare. Last time that happened that I remember was about 3 months ago on a Friday. This was the 11th of whatever this month is, February, I guess. The session prices here also automatically push to Bookmap, which is right here. Now, Bookmap. This is the dome, the order book, the price ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are the prices. I have this set for 1 point high just because that's the way I like to look at it now. And these are resting orders. These are limit orders or resting liquidity. These are not trades. They could easily go away. They don't have to trade out. And for example, at the 80 handle, we've got 413 contracts on the buy. Maybe. This is the high time frame column where I manually enter the POCs and that kind of thing. I need to change this too. This got revisited yesterday. And this is the high and low volume nodes column. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex of the full session. And here we have the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. My statistics column, which is important to me and should, I hope, be of interest. And these are the session prices pushed automatically from Bookmap from IRT to Bookmap. And I share a link to this data. No problem. Just let me know you'd like that. Drop something, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with this. I share them with a lot of people free. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night, continuously through 1600 on Friday, and I'm happy to share them. This is the heat map or Bookmap. Okay. Notice there's no indicator or complicated wizardry going on over here. I keep things as simple as possible. Price data, volume, and probabilities statistics. That's it. There's a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow. There's a POC for the RTH session, brighter yellow. POC is nothing more complex than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, we've traded 3,988 contracts at 82s. The minute one of these other prices is 3,989, this POC will move there. That's all there's to it. The VWAP for the Globex, volume weighted average price. The VWAP for the RTH, and the mid for the RTH. All the other numbers and levels are just as they're, overnight low, settlement, RTH close from yesterday, the POC from yesterday, which I need to mark over here because that's a naked volume point of control and I didn't get that in there. So let's do that. I just kind of mark it and keep track of it over there. And that's from the 11th, right? Isn't it? Yeah. And today's the 12th. Okay. Now, the only other level that sometimes confuses people, and I don't see one here yet, is the POC or the IBs. So the initial balance yesterday, as I pointed out, we didn't take out the initial balance high or low. So they are the high and the low of the total session. They represent nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour. Some people get confused because initial balance, well, where'd that come from? It's market profile stuff. It's just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, period. Okay, let's move on now to statistics, which is important to me. The first thing I do is make sure the statistics column title is accurate for what I expect our statistical open for today will be, and that is higher in range. And I always change that right here. And the reason I do that is so that when I look at the screen snap or the stream, I can see that, and I immediately know what happened in that relationship. Okay, there's only two criteria to establish the open type. If we opened right here, right now, how would that opening price compare to the previous RTH close? It's right there. So we are higher than the close. And how would that price compare to the previous RTH session? Well, there's the high and there's the low. So it is higher in range, same as it was yesterday. Now I'm going to clear these yesterday's statistics, and we're going to go determine today. Going to be pretty much the same, but what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? And we do that over here. Now, this is a statistic study. Conveniently, IRT highlights the correct open type. As it turns out, it's the same as yesterday. So what we're going to do, the way this works is very simple. It looks back at the most recent 1,675 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range, 519 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control, 80.7. Boom. That's all there is to it, and that's as complicated as it gets. And I want you to be sure and remember that these are just statistics. They're probabilities looking back over 1,675 trading, the most recent 1,675 trading days as the subset. That's all with this criteria. Easy. Overnight mid, 74.8. Overnight mid is always hiding from me, and I suspect it's right there. Yep. 74.8. And that needs to jump up a little bit. Let's see, right there. There you go. Oh, that's developing. It's also under here. So one of the problems with this Cloud Notes column is if there's more than one level at the thing, it'll just put whichever one it likes on the top somehow or another. Overnight high is 74.4. Oop. Hi, Panda. How are you? Yes, I'm talking. Yes, I'm busy. Good morning. How are you? Antonio is sleeping in, I think. I want to put the previous IB high, which is 67.8, and I want to show you that for a reason. That's right under the previous RTH high, but it's 74 point, did I say 74? 67.8. Oh my goodness. 67.8 IB high. And I always put that initial because, remember the definition, when we open, this flag and this level are going to jump down to the top of our, above, the high of our opening session. So it won't be up here anymore, and I will want to know what the hell happened at 67.8. Simple as that. And now I'm just going to go down this list. Previous close is 67.6. And these are, remember, these are just statistics, probabilities, lines in the sand. They are not. Hard and fast targets. They are not. Overnight low is 49.3. Hi, Panda. Yeah, I have to do this, baby. I'm sorry. Got to do something else too here quickly. I got to add that chart for the TLab snap. Panda, come on. Stop that. Okay, let's get back to the business at hand now. Almost forgot that. Actually, we can do that now. I'm going to continue these statistics here in a little bit, but I've got to do something else now that I do every morning at 8:20. And that is the TLab Snap. You ask what that is? Rightfully so. Stand by. This is why I stream my journal and do not try to maintain a physical journal, because I can't multitask worth two hoots in hell anymore. And I just don't want to be honest with you. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And every day at 8:20, I put this snap in there, and that's to give those folks who do not have the same kind of charting all the numbers they may want. And I also make a post around 6 in the morning of the upcoming reports for the day. Now, I used to be real active in the TLab before I started this stream in my virtual journal here. And that was actually at the suggestion of Tom, to be sure you narrate your own, focus on your own trading and the market, and continually narrate it. Well, that didn't seem to me like okay, that's a good idea. And how can I be doing that if I'm busy typing stuff and chit-chatting and yucking it up in a Discord all day? I can't. So that's why I do this. Now, some people can, and that's perfectly great, but that's why I do the stream. And it's now, Tom is a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience, and I believe that's the case. Have I seen his account records for 46 years? No. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. But I believe he trades live and, supports himself and his family in a very good, supports himself and his family very well, very successfully. I believe that. So, there you go. Choose for yourself or don't, whatever you want to do. One of the things about the TLab I liked originally was that you're never solicited for anything. And there's a good crew of people in there, or that come and go in there. I'm not sure really, because I'm not that active anymore. So choose for yourself. It's the only recommendation I make. And, it's basically a thank you or a tip my hat to Tom every day, and I will always continue to do that here on the stream. So there's that. Let's get back to what we were doing here, which is tidying up the statistics. We've got several minutes before we open. That's good. Where am I now? Let's see. I want to see what that previous low was. That's got to be way down there. Yeah, 35.1. Wow. Okay. That ought to keep me out of trouble for a little while here this morning. Now you might imagine that it would be a good idea to be able to trade with Bookmap, wouldn't you? I would think so too. The way you do that is you first have to initialize a trade control panel right here and select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose the chart choice, the only place you can use that is right here. Dome, the dome columns in both is both of them. Now, the next thing I do, really important to me, is, first of all, I want to make sure this is AMP okay. I want to select multi-brackets, because this is where I introduced the risk-neutral methodology, and I don't ever trade without brackets. And I recommend that you don't either. The smallest risk-neutral package size you can have is 2 contracts. It needs to be an even number. 2. You then select a stop size for the entire package, and this should be should have been determined long before this time in the morning. Your first consideration, in my opinion, should be your account risk parameters. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility? What's the market? Are there reports coming up? You know, there's a lot of important stuff to have in your mind. Once these two values are selected, the first risk neutral trading target, or T1, is automatic. It's for half the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner. And you can do all different kind of runners, whatever you want. And I'm not choosing to have the, whatever the damn thing's called, Execution Pro. I used to have it trail to break even or to entry the minute I achieve T1, but I can do that manually. Now we've selected the package. It's confirmed. I don't need any of these tools anymore in the trade control package or panel. I'm going to go with both. I have all the metrics up here at the top, which can be turned off or on. I choose to have them up there, and I can close that, click the button again, which stays unlocked because we've chosen a way to interact. But I get the real estate back. I have all the metrics. I have cancel and I have close. Now I'm ready to trade, and I'm going to see what Panda's up to. Okay, now let's open here in 2 minutes. Let's hope that we don't have a performance like yesterday. One thing I may not have pointed out is Blue Boy over here, which is a really important top secret proprietary indicator. Very expensive. Called a vertical line. But it is important to me, and I'll tell you why. I put it on the first print of every session, and it's a visual clue or cue or whatever you say. Heads up. If I glance left and see that Blue Boy standing over here, I know that I have the full session in view, and that's what I want. So I'm always firmly aware of context for this session, and that's real important to me. Once we open, I'll slap Blue Boy on the first print of the RTH, and I'm not lying to you. There they are. There's a previous RTH, ETH, RTH. There you go. So that's that. I used to flag migrating VPOCs over here. It cluttered up the stats column, and okay, I could see where the VPOC was and where it had been before. For example, like there. And there would be a column down here. There would be a flag here, and now there'd be a flag up here. So I would see those two. I wasn't clever enough at that time to number them sequentially to know which way they were or which way they had come from, which is kind of important, without interpreting that in the volume profile, which of course you can do. But this just seemed like a lot easier and a lot more comprehensive way for me to understand what was going on with old Blue Boy. And gets lonesome here trading by yourself, so now I got the blue guy over there. And we're going to open in 30 seconds, and we've already reset. That's not a good thing. I don't know why. It's supposed to have reset at the top of the hour. So that's pretty stupid. This thing has a real problem with the clock, I'm telling you. I'll try to reset it now. Well, look at there. That's not what we wanted either, is it? Huh. Well, that sucks. That sucked big time. I don't know what to tell you. Should have left it alone. Okay, so we're open. Yeah, we're open. We're going to put Blue Boy over here in a second. This is really annoying. There's a lot of volume coming along. Maybe I'll just give it a couple of minutes and then I'll get it straightened out. God dang, that used to be so automatic and so easy. And what I had determined was that this setting was working just fine. Obviously, I was wrong. Well, let's see what that does now. Jesus Christ. Well, that's pretty close. So there's the IB high and there's the IB low, and there we go. And we'll slap Blue Boy over here at some point when we see where IRT went. And remember, close your eyes. It's real expensive. There you go. That's a little off, but you get the point. What happened to that? Why did that change? I know why that changed. Wow, all the drawings have changed to that color. That sucks. I didn't know that. I don't get along with this drawing thing very well, as you might imagine. Put that on there and see what happens. Let's see what happens with this one now. I like Blue Boy. I don't like Gray Boy. There we go. What I was doing was playing with text boxes, and I didn't realize that one setting is all of them. So, oops. Well, now the thing I need to do now is reset my IRT to the RTH session. Now reflecting what is yesterday's RTH, and here's our open. This is not a gap because it's in my world, it's not a gap. Maybe somebody else thinks differently. That's perfectly okay. But for me, that's not a gap. And I've gone over that before. And so there you go. And I'll do so for the minis, because this keeps the relative session price levels relationship straight. So what did we do with the opening price swing? Let's see what happened with the opening. Well, here's our opening. There's our opening. Here was our opening swing trade that I've been testing out. We are long, and let's see what happens to it. This is just pure hypothetical. I mean, this is actually trading the live market. It's not sending the trades anywhere. This is going in the IRT simulator. So we can see what happens over here. I got to actually put those things together. I built this over the weekend because I was curious. I hear so many things. I see so many of the internet gurus, especially YouTube. Every couple of 3 months they come out with this big flurry. Have you ever noticed how all these things are in groups? Somebody will post opening range trade, and then you see about 10 of them over the next couple of days. Well, I got to thinking about that, and it's pretty obvious what they're doing. They're fishing for new subscriptions with something that's easily explained and real easy to go back through the charts and cherry pick good examples. That has absolutely nothing to do with the statistical probability or, accurately vetting a trade. Does it have an expectancy and a positive edge or not? So I coded this up to do that. There's the opening range. I can put in how many ticks above or below is the entry and the stop. I have a criteria that if the opening range is greater than a specific number that I enter in advance, it does not take a trade. And then I've put a target and a range, a T1 and a T2, and we'll see what happens here. So that's how this works. It's going nowhere. It's just curiosity. And I can backtest it, which is the whole point. And the way I set those things up is these are the ways I put in those parameters. Opening range limit of 12 points, and there's a 5 tick entry and short and stop, and then the opening range period is 1 minute. It's pretty easy. So there you go. I'll let that run on this chart, but I'm going to close this off to just declutter. I'm real conscious of trying to keep a light computational thing. And look at this flipping market over here. Look at this. And you can see it right on the IR. You can see it on the opening range trade. Nothing going on, baby. I think the market has, I think the emperor's new robes concept is maybe wearing a little thin. I don't know. In my opinion, the opening range trade will not be a positive thing today, but we'll see. Right now, it's in a drawdown. There's our limit. Here's our opening range limit. Wherever that went, there's our limit. Our opening range for today is only 7.5 points. And there we go. Opening range period and our 2 parameters. And that's the way it works. Easy, huh? Okay. I'll keep that going for a little bit and we'll get back to the business at hand here. Also want to get rid of this RTH or TLab chart. That thing's really heavy, I realized, in computation. So IRT is single threaded. So here's hoping this damn thing doesn't fall on its head like it did yesterday. And it seems like it waits till I leave and then it throws its toys out of the cot, I guess. So we have Blue Boy on the job. We have a nothing burger going on in trade. Now, I hope I don't need to point out to you that this is a 10-point handle for the IB so far, and that is not anything that I would recommend trading. Like I said about the opening range trade, it's strictly experimental, and I'm vetting it. If it proves to be, the way I approach vetting these things is real simple. I code them up with the rules that I believe make sense to me, and I backtest them over a statistically significant data set. and see if it has a positive expectancy or not. It's statistics, it's probabilities. It's not guessing or wizardry. I don't have to walk in here and put on a real tall hat and have a magic wand and all that stuff, you know. There you go. I see stuff happening, but I don't know what to say. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. It seems like people are in the stream, but I don't know. Now we're going to get somewhere over there. Oh, we're going to get out of the IB now, finally. Oh, there we go. So the IB trade maybe is going to work out. Let's check. Well, it's just barely positive over here. There's our T1 and there's our T2. And what I've done with these is I just coded that before the open here. This is just the same width as the opening range. And this is the, again, this is the same width as the opening range plus the offset for the entry. And this is just the opening range. So I guess I could add that. So there you go. Coincidentally, it puts it right at 7,000 at the century figure. Huh? That's interesting. Now, this is the trade setup that I'll be starting up here pretty soon. This is my vetted and forward testing initial balance trade system. Now I'm going to turn off the opening range one here in a few minutes and we see what happens with that, because I don't want that thing to choke. So that's where we are. I'm trying to do, it's all new, something all new to do, you know. So what statistics have we taken out? Well, we have taken out our overnight VPOC. That's not unusual. It's the second highest typically statistic, right behind the initial balance ones. We're at 1 point high here. There's ETH high. We've got it. It's been revisited. There we go. Up, up, and away, huh? To the moon, Alice. Let me see what else is going on. Let's we remember that we've got the news at the top of the hour. And home sales? I think so. Football. Yep. Home sales, top of the hour. See that? There you go. Well, now when we did this pop-up here, did we get our opening range T1? No. So we're struggling pretty severely over here. And remember, this is just simulated account, not going anywhere. There's no way I am confident enough in my ability to code up these things in IRT to actually trade my money. So the way I do the initial balance trades, which I'll talk about after 9 o'clock, I guess, but as if and when they signal, as you would see right here, I manually reproduce that trade in Bookmap. It's the only way I know to do it, and I can tell you right this very minute, without any hesitation, that's a real inefficient way to go. There we go. Real inefficient. That relies on me getting my entry at the right spot and on the right time. I wish I could code IRT well enough to have it do this testing for me. But the problem is this is a real live account. This is not sim or some, prop thing or whatever else. This is my money, my live account, and why is that doing that? And it's AMP. So let's see what's going on here. I'm a little curious. Okay, there we have that. We're on. Statistics is on AMP, I hope. Yep, okay. So that means any live account will be into the AMP journal there. I didn't even know they had a journal, but I guess they do. I use Static, and this is Execution Pro, where I was having it, as I said, scale. And I'm trying to keep as much of this stuff deselected as possible, but I think when I was doing that, I think I might have, I got the stops and stuff, okay. Maybe put a little more. Of course, this is liquidity. These are resting orders. There's, 100 at the 88s, and that's right there. It came in and lifted off. Came in again. Let's look at something big. There's 340 at the 7,000 at the handle there, and it's been in the market a long time. It's liquidity. That's how it works. Well, I think, are we stopped? Let's check. Yes, sirree, Bobby, we're stopped out right there. Our stop is 5 ticks below the IB low. So there we go. Stopped out. So there's another successful 99% win rate. My favorite setup. Guaranteed to win. Jesus Christ, it's amazing. The stuff that these people throw out is amazing. And now I'm going to remove that because we don't care what that looked like. And I want to get that off so it's not thinking about it in the background. And save it, I guess. And get over here to the... Now remember, we've got the housing at the top of the hour. And there are no levels here as far as pullback or continuation for initial balance trades because it's not 9:30. Once it is 9:30, they will push across the book map. And in the meantime, I will set I'll wait till 9, I guess, and set up the trade system over here for the initial balance trades. That's been a long struggle. Okay, remember that the opening range is completely different than the initial balance. Remember the definition of the initial balance, high and low. They are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And look at them go. Up we go and down we go. Simple. Having nothing to do with the opening range trade. I might have screwed those around at some point during that conversation. And I'm hopeful that today will be a nice, smooth trading day. On my end, technically, or equipment wise and IT wise over here. Yesterday was a freaking disaster. No, it's just not a problem at all, actually. It's one day out of a bunch. And what a convenient coincidence, no signal. So there you go. No IB, nothing to worry about. So no harm, no foul. Of course, you don't know those things in advance. Otherwise, you'd stay in bed or, go do something else. Okay. Well, down we go. I guess that economy is really excited about this. I don't know. I wonder how long they reckon they're going to get away with. I don't know who they're trying to kid. It's just amazing to me. Just amazing. Well, looks like a little responsive selling here. Not any profit to take exactly. Well, sort of. The overnight profit, I guess you could say. Right back to where we opened nearly. Or the previous RTH close is right here at 63s. So, there you go. Well, this is just peachy. Heads up for the top of the hour. Remember, we got the news, whatever that's going to do. Who knows? I haven't seen any mysterious random risk band events being pulled into the schedule yet. That will be kind of surprising if not. They've got their boys out on the speaking tour here this morning or today. Logan and Miran or whatever his name is. I suppose Warsh is going to be all over the place. Okay, so now what? I guess we'll listen to something here while there's nothing else going on. Real tight day. Would be I don't know this probability of not 2 days in a row with no IB. I'm sure that somebody's done that, but not me. I couldn't even think about it. I mean, I couldn't guess. And remember, it's not 9:30 yet, so the initial balance is not a fact. It's just continuing to set the initial balance, which is this IB low will trail down here pretty quick. That's instant. This stuff happens instantly on IRT right here. So, but it's exported every 30 seconds to Bookmap, and then Bookmap, the smallest refresh time I can set in Bookmap on this cloud note column is 1 minute. So there you are. The level indicator, the price line or whatever they call it, this indicator that you buy, I've edited this now to only reflect the IB high and then my pullback and continuation zones. But typically you can, I also have it where it does all of these levels, are the ones that I've selected. You notice how it is trailed down here and the flag is still up here. That's because this boys and girls that coded this up could obviously set a smaller refresh rate, and now the flag chased it down. Not a bug or it's a known thing. We're getting down to that RT8, the previous close. Yeah, taking back the gains they put in overnight. And of course, in hindsight, which is the stock and trade of the majority of internet people, you knew very definitely that you shorted this opening swing high, and now you're up 20 handles and you're a rock star, or something, 30 handle. And that would be great. I don't know a way to code that up, and I'm not going to take trades which I have not previously identified and vetted, because that's the system I believe leads to consistent profitability. Okay, 30 seconds. Let's see what happens with new home sales, huh? That's interesting. They have a countdown timer, but they're way down. Big miss, 3.91 million. It was forecast for 4.15. Yeah, well, oops. Oopsie doopsie. There you are. Minus 8.4% change. Oh, that's not so good. This is home sales. These aren't home prices. It would be nice if the price of houses was falling down, but it's not, so. So unemployment claims are way up. The existing home sales are way off. And the rhetoric is economy's great. I really believe it's the emperor's new clothes. I think that's what it is. I'm not certainly a finance wizard, so just my opinion. That's another thing I wanted to point out here. This stream is once again, this is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing, approaching my business of futures trading with my own live account. Now, this is certainly not a my way or the highway deal. Am I suggesting that this is what you should do, or that this is the only thing you should do? And in fact, I would love to have somebody drop their successful system or into the chat. We have a dialogue about it, and I'm all ears, man. This is what I'm doing at this time, and I at least have the courage to share it openly and transparently, and with interesting few views here. I don't sure what's going on, but I hope it's all working. It looks like it is. All right. I guess yesterday put some people off. I guess it's understandable. So we are now in a thing called the IB30 position. I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about the initial balance stuff. So let me start out this way, I guess. I believe that the way to approach trading as a successful business based on probabilities and statistics is as follows. You identify a pattern or something that you can recognize that reoccurs frequently. Obviously, you don't want it to happen once a year, And then you identify the parameters that qualify an entry for that. Or let's call it the initial balance trades, the 2 IB, IBC, IBF, because that's what I've done. And then you code that up or get someone to, or however you go about it, and you back test away from the live market. You back test however you can and determine whether that system has a positive edge or not. This is what I've done here. RT doesn't like thinking about this stuff now. Okay. So what I've done is I have decided that the opening range trades were the 2 trades that I would try to develop. There's an IBC, which is IB continuation. That ought to be pretty obvious. Price comes down here. It takes the IB out. It comes to the continuation zone, back to the trigger, and continues on. Typically, you would suspect that was going to be the condition in a directional day. The other side of that coin is it comes down, takes the IB, pullback zone, trigger, reverts to the mean. A pullback, IB failure. Those 2 trades apply to the IB low, and those 2 trades apply to the IB high. Now, at 9:30, these pullback zones and trigger zones will materialize over here in today's trade, and they will also push across the book map. And I want to, as I pointed out in the overnight thing, but I don't have it on the chart. This is all going to happen in the simulated environment here within IRT. What I'm going to do now is send this system to this chart. Typically, right now, this chart has nothing to do with this system in any way other than these indicators, custom indicators, which I've coded up in IRT, do actually represent the levels and rule areas in the system. So now let's send this to the chart. I don't want to have these targets and stuff on because it just draws lines all over the place. Okay. Now, This system is actively trading, and we'll see it graph here in the chart, assuming that a trade is taken. And once again, it's all going to happen within the simulated environment of IRT. And I will see these signals and rules and manually replicate them on Bookmap, because I don't think I've got I'm not confident in what I've done over in the way. There's a bunch of things you have to do to convert a back test, which is what this is and very accurate, to actually trade as a live trading system, because you use a different set of rules. For example, because you have to send the order to the broker, and then you have to wait for the confirmation, and then you have to, update the entry and all those kind of things with that dialogue back and forth to the broker. Also, now IRT can do that, and a lot of people do, but I have to disable the ability on Bookmap because it gets confused, and that's happened to me before. So, I'd love to have that happening now, because I would like, as I said earlier, that there's a big disconnect between what I do manually on Bookmap and what happens over here. I'm trying to make it as foolproof as I can by using these signal markers. And the signals for this are real simple. There's only 3. There's an A, B, and a trigger. So as those things materialize over here, I'll point them out. This is where I am at this point. And this has been a real dismal period. When you backtest something, you see what the expectancy is, what the win rate, the R multiple, all of those things. And you also have consecutive winners and consecutive stops in a row. As long as your system is performing within those parameters, you don't change anything. This had 6 consecutive stops in a row and over a 500-day, 1,000 trade look back. And I've reached 8 last week, 8 stops in a row. So I needed to figure out something, and I've put in a couple of filters, which I hope help. To do with volatility, using an ATR filter, which is just down here from my visual reference again, but it's coded over here. And basically a context or directional filter, wanting the market to be moving the direction I think it should before an entry happens. So we'll see what happens. See if that improves. And then at 4 o'clock today, or 1400, I go through the back testing and examples and how I do all that stuff. Maybe that'll help, maybe that won't. Now we have just achieved the IB30, which is what I was going to explain. Now, I guess I could talk about the IB stat before we get into that. So the IB statistic then is this. It is the most probable statistic to achieve in all 4 open types always. Today, 97.5% probability that at some point between 9:30 Central Standard Time this morning and 1600 Central Standard Time this afternoon, price will revisit the IB high or IB low, and that's the stat. 97.5% of the time. Yesterday, which happened to be higher in range, we did not. 2.5% of the days of 1,675 days that happened. There you go. Now, that's the statistic, and that's what we're watching for here. So, let me just save this while I've got that on there and all set up and ready to go. Okay. So let me check one other thing. Let's make sure that we've got this set properly. So 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, 48 tick T2 at at T1, the system will trigger and scale to entry. Automatically. Okay. That's how it's set up at this moment. And I have not set Bookmap to do that. As I mentioned earlier, I will do that myself. The trail part. See if that works. Okay, so now we've got this set up and ready to go. We know what the statistic is. What I was going to talk about was another possibility, which is one that Rod came up with called the IB30. He did some stats and determined that the IB30 is the high or low of the first 30 minutes. Okay? And he determined that there is a great probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. And that just happened right there. So this is an IB30, they refer to that. Now, is that tradable? Yeah, it can be. It wasn't much money, huh? You just got in and you didn't achieve a scale, and then what's going to happen? But that is a stat that could be looked at. There's the world famous VPOC migration trade. There's I can't really do it here because there's no way to, mid or VWAP to VPOC. Obviously there's no meat on the bone here, but and then like I said, there's the opening range trade, and then there's the opening swing trade. That's a real subjective. What do you consider the opening swing? Here and here? Here and here? Here and here? That's something you have to figure out. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to think about that to start with. And it's important to understand that for me to vet, I will only take vetted trades because I believe that's the correct approach. And that's not just something I thought up. That is the recognized method used by the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world. So seems to me I should, I'm in pretty good company if I try to follow that method. And I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Tom Sosnoff, and in the TLab, Tom B supposedly only takes vetted trades, and Rod and all those guys. The problem is I am real definite about not having discretion involved. And that's how the only way you can backtest is without discretion. When the computer does a backtest, it looks back at however many days I set, and it evaluates every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar. If it evaluates, these are all Boolean. If it evaluates to true, boom, something happened. There's a trade, there's a target, there's a whatever. There's absolutely no discretion. If I have this thing set up to say that the high crosses this line, and I think it should be that the close is above that line, then I have to change that code, right? That's where I believe discretion can kill you. And what they say, and from a statistics point of view, is if you've done the work and you've captured your statistical data set and you've done all the statistics about the probabilities of that setup and those criteria, the minute you interject any form of discretion in the trade, you've completely eviscerated or wiped out all the work you did on that statistic. Think about it. And that includes not taking the trade. If the system says take the trade and you don't take the trade, you have violated that statistical process. So it's a slippery freaking slope, I'll tell you. And yeah, I'm like everybody else. I'd love to be able to go, yeah, boom, got that short. Oh, I'm down here. Okay, see you guys later. I'll be on the beach. I've just made $1,000 million or whatever all these guys talk about. I'm the greatest trader in the world. I don't know what to say. So anyway, here we are. I hope this is all going out okay. It seems to. Typically there's some people into the chat that I guess it's working so good. I mean, it's nobody's job to listen to my stream here, but I guess yesterday put them off. And this stream is not, I'll be, for the record, boring as hell, because that's real trading. I have a vetted trade. First of all, I have no trade to take until 9:30 because there's no initial balance statistic until 9:30. Then I need 2 more signals after that to have a trade. If I don't get one, no trade. Pretty easy. I'm not making one up or, oh, this is close enough or, oh, let's short this right now just for the hell of it. No, that's not how I'm doing this, and maybe I'll change that tomorrow, but that's where we are now. And I believe that's the way to go, but getting kind of trying, I'll tell you. And it was going really well there, quite well. And then all of a sudden, I believe market conditions changed, and I didn't adapt the system to that, which is kind of a gray area because you're not supposed to change the system until one of your major criteria is breached, which is what I did. I do have a call this morning at 10:30, 11:30. I better find out with the bookkeeper. All right, cool. Now, this brings me to a daily warning, which is do not trade toward or in anticipation of a statistic. That's my personal experience. Has not worked out well long term. What I mean by that is, okay, we've got a few minutes. Usually I start thinking about it more closer to the statistic time, but this is a good representation. Here's the IB low. We've got about, 10 minutes to go. I'm sure that we're below the VPOCs. The context is down. The VWAP, the mid are down. We're going to take the IB low out and I get short in anticipation of that statistic. Now, that's wouldn't even be possible for me anymore because I have this entire vetted setup with 3 rules. But a lot of people are just going for the initial balance statistic. And yeah, we may come zooming down here and take that statistic out. Absolutely. But remember, it's not a statistic until 9:30. So we can come down here 20 points and it's just going to lower the IB low 20 points. It's not a statistic. We can also get right down here and have this happen. Stop you out. My advice is don't trade in anticipation of a statistic. Most definitely after the statistic becomes active, which will happen at 9:30. And I don't know why that keeps doing that. Search. What the hell am I searching for? 86. I don't know. Excuse me. Okay. Now. I think I'm ready to roll here. I'm not that I'm gonna go crazy and do something, but yeah. Boom, 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 boom. VPOC migration lower. That's always a biggie. Hey, Antonio, bom dia. Let's hope that today everything works. That was goofy yesterday, I'll tell you. I don't know what the hell happened here. It was, Rhythmic fell over and the machine fell over and the internet dropped out and what a mess. I'm sure it's a conspiracy, you know. Somebody was after me. We had, of course, the reports. I think we're in a situation kind of the emperor's new clothes, you know. It's, there we go. Now they've brought Trump in. As remember when I was talking about this in the pre-market, that financial juice picks these things up through the day, and I really appreciate that because that's a very potential market moving event, and you'll never see that over here. So we had jobless claims was a big miss, and existing home sales was a no good deal in the face of, 1.5 times increase in non-farm payrolls yesterday, which all the rest of the news has been negative. I'm a little surprised about that, but I'm sure there'll be a revision out. Is all I think it's, God, look at him go. 12:30 today, 16:30 today. What else? That just came in here. Did you notice this just came in here while I was looking around? Well, yeah, there's a lot going on, and it's not a political commentary at all. It's just that these events now, I would hope everybody's aware of it, can have the potential of serious disruption to the auction. So every trader's primary goal is to preserve your account. Even if you're a prop guy, preserve your account. And the only way I know to do that effectively is risk management. And these have high potential risk. These kinds of events, and I don't mean just Trump, but there are the ones that are there, right? Dissent, Rubio, anybody, any of these times these guys get a hold of a microphone, it could be nothing, but it's got the possibility of being something. So being high risk. Now we have not taken that IB here. We came down here again and back up we go, and it's not an initial balance set yet, so it's not a statistic, but you see my point. Yeah, I hope everything's good on your side, Antonio. Yeah. We watched the the opening range trade this morning. Looked good for a while, and it turned out to be a stop, as usual. I'll do the stats on that later today, and we'll see what the outcome is. My initial reaction is as I mentioned the other day, is that's just clickbait to get people subbed up to all of these. Oh, this is the best trade I only rely on every day, 99% win rate, blah blah blah. Okay, so let's see. I've got it coded up and we can test it out. Right there. I've taken the trade off of here now. I took the system off, but this is all it is. And it's real simple. The opening range. Predetermined amount of ticks above or below for the trigger. Yes, long. Up to there and down to there. So, and the stop is also determined amount of ticks below the opening range low in this case. Very simple. It's a simple trade, and a lot of people, you know, that's why it's easy to explain. And I think in the terms of clickbait, it's real easy to go back through the charts because there's an opening range every day, right? Every session. Go back through the charts and cherry pick out the winners, and there you go. I guess. That's what somebody told me about that. Well, the reason they do that is that they're getting newbies that don't understand or aren't familiar enough with the fact that this may not have a long range viability, and so that's what they're farming for subs. Apparently, it's interesting dynamic. It's a real weird world that goes on in this YouTube and streamer thing, and all these people that claim stuff. Trend this, opening range that. The opening range just struck me out because I happened to notice somebody said it, and then the next day I noticed on my YouTube as I'm scrolling through looking for something I want to listen to fall asleep, there's about 10 people talking about how their opening range trade is so wonderful. I thought, what is that about? And we have your favorite VPOC migration going on. Also one I can't get my head around how to quantify from a, for a backtesting point of view. We got 90 seconds now, boys and girls. Banging our heads on this just rip through the something doesn't look right here. 69.67 quarter 75. Where the hell is my I didn't get this this thing moved in the right spot here. This is not correct according to what I'm seeing. So yeah, it's 9:30. Now the initial balance statistic is set. So, as always, the checklist. Okay, both. Correct bracket. Set up. Okay. Trades live if I want to take one. And you notice how the pullback zones and continuation zones have now pushed across the book map. Get rid of some of this noise in the background. And there's a good it's a good reason why the VPOC migration in the IB stats wasn't a good idea to try to hit into. So let me just see about this over here now. 69.65 is the MCVPOC from yesterday. So what's going on here? Why don't I have that right? 69.65. I'm asleep at the wheel here, boys and girls. Okay. And this is the 11th. Sorry about that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. IRT. I just pulled these off this is automatically generated off the micro composite, right? So there you have that. Now our statistic is hot. And let me just go through those rules quickly. So first of all, the reason I call them rules is that's the nomenclature used by IRT. Trading rules, trading rules. Sounds a little ominous, but you know, good enough. And now we have not taken either one. The first rule being, or the first step being, the A signal of the initial balance, high or low. And we should get an A, and if we get down there and get that stat, and over here. And this damn lag is no good on Bookmap, on IRT. Now Bookmap is taken out, not yet. Boy, you'd have to think it's going to get the IB low, wouldn't you? There we go. Now the problem is that there's still a 5-second lag on IRT, and so it's behind. God damn, I've closed off everything. I don't know what else to do. That's a problem. And the A didn't print properly at the low side here. I had that issue yesterday, or the day before. We didn't get an A down here. These signal markers are separate than the actual trading rule. They are. I won't bother explaining that anymore, but there should be an A down here below it, and why that signal marker didn't throw it, I don't know. There's the A, and there's the A. Should be below and above. Got no idea. Now we're going to pull into a continuation zone. So let's go back to Bookmap and see what's going on. I'm afraid I'm going to have to just focus over here. Continuation zone. God damn, that's frustrating. I think I know what that might be, but I'll talk about it later. And on top of yesterday being a technological disaster over here, infrastructure-wise, my daughter forgot some stuff. I ended up making 3 trips to the school last night, which is about an hour round trip. So yesterday, it was a good day to have nothing happen. Did you notice there was no IB, Antonio? 2.5% probability out of 1,650 days that we wouldn't get either one. That's the second one in recent memory now. The last one was about 2 months ago. Now we have a B, and that means that if we pull back here to a trigger, I need to get short. Which is a little bit nerve-wracking because it's not exactly a directional market, but hey, You got to take the trades as they present themselves. The minute discretion gets involved, then I've shot myself in the foot, and this whole thing's been a waste of time. And believe me, I couldn't possibly express how frustrating that is. And they're going to go away without me. Maybe. Still got a 5-second lag. Damn. I don't know what to do about that. Now we got none. And there she goes. So had this, any one of these bars tagged into that trigger, this would be a short. Now it's not. Now I need to start asking myself the question, and this is something I'm very definitely going to code in here into the system. A reset value. In other words, how far away from this trade potential should I allow price to go before I think it's still valid? You know? How far low here? How low should we push this thing before I think that a pull retracement up here to the trigger zone and then another, it would validate a short? That's a real... that's very big concern for me. And I'm just, barking in the wind here. Who the hell knows ever going to happen, but I'm thinking in advance. I'm anticipating. Look at this crap. Now we gotta... Why? Why the big lag? And I hope someone is short. Now, a typical rule-based IB continuation trade that I'm sure some of the static guys probably have taken. There's the initial balance. We test back up to the initial balance and get short. Exactly what would have happened had this gone one more tick into the zone, it would have been a short. Had this gone a couple more ticks higher to the trigger, it would have been a short. That's where, in my opinion, trying to backtest something manually is futile, because you cannot vary from the specificity of the rules at all in order to have it be statistically significant, because it's got to be exactly apples to apples. And I'm not saying I'm right, again, or my way is the highway. What I'm saying is the way I approach it. And maybe that's goofy, maybe I need to rethink the whole business here. And the only way I know to determine systematically, and logically, if that's the correct thing to do, I have a system in place and run the back tests. Then make the change. Okay, I don't care anything about this. Let's say it goes down, I don't know. See, there you go. Now you got to start quantifying it somehow. Goes down to 5 ticks and pulls back to the IB. And then you run that back test. And if it's better, then you need to look at it. And as it, as I stand here running my mouth, it's selling off. 15 handles so far. Oh, great. And now I can tell you that this is the range, this is the distance where I would think a reset range is valid. How far down will price sell off? We all know that the tanker turns at some point, typically in a day. How far off will should the tanker sell off? And before this short trade, which is still holding fire, right? We still have an A, we still have a B, waiting on, well, the B disappeared over here now too. I don't know where it happened, what's happening with these signals, but here they are up here. There's the A and there's the B, and all we're looking for is a trigger, and then when that's validated, there would be another flag on the entry. But how far down should this trade go to invalidate the short? Oh boy, look at it go. Am I glad I didn't get short? Son of a bitch. I'm really getting tired of banging my head on the wall over these damn signal markers. The B was here and then it's disappeared now somewhere. It's just based on these flags. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. Oh well, nor do I. I'm getting to the I don't care part about I don't get it. You know, I actually started worrying about those things for Garrett. He wanted to use this system to trade. I haven't even heard from him in a long time, and it probably doesn't think it's valid, and he's probably right. So why bother? I've spent a lot of time trying to get those signal markers to work individually and sequentially. In other words, when I first started out, there'd be A's flying all over the place, and B's all over the place. Wherever it would happen, there'd be a B and there'd be a B, and you know, just meaningless. In other words, meaningless stuff. I wonder if there's some sort of statistical data about, like the, price extends one standard deviation past the initial balance. You know what I mean? Some sort of way to quantify this reset idea. Percentage of the total range or standard deviation passed or shit, I don't know. Something. Previous low, how low can they go? My goodness. Which is in also the IB low from from yesterday. Well, we're ticking off these naked volume points of control right, left, and center. Is that true? Let's look over here. No, it's not. I keep getting these. I'm not updating these properly, and I'm not sure what the hell is going on. Those aren't naked. There are some, but no, there's not. Maybe way below us. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, I'm going to get rid of this one here too, because it's already been violated. There we go. Well, boo, hiss, boo. Kind of looking forward to a nice, reasonably good trading day today. And I'm sure that some people are having a wonderful time with this short. I hope you are, Antonio. Oh, come on, man. And not that I'm surprised the market is dumping, but I just wish it was. I wish it would be doing the dumpage with me on board. Tomorrow we've got CPI. I guess. Unless they think of some new. Maybe all the kids will go out to recess again and they won't put it out. Who the hell knows? It's just crazy. Yeah. Well, I'll share my clientele with you. Bummer. I need to get one of these. I can supposedly with this mixer I've got, I can put sound bite things and hook them up to these little button deals. I got to get that Rolling Stones "The Train Left the Station" intro and plug on there. God damn. But boy, oh boy, is it a sell-off. And you suppose there'd be some stops down here under yesterday's low. Yesterday's low and yesterday's IB low. So, yeah. I'd say mean reversion's off the table. Damn, it isn't even 10 o'clock yet. Well, that's a fantastic, most regrettable. It's so funny how often just one tick, one more tick would have validated this short. It's like those one tick to your stop or whatever else. It's really incredible how easy it is for humans to spot simple patterns and put significance on them in a random environment. Really amazing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now they're selling hell out of it now. Now they hit into those stops from yesterday and away they go. Jesus. I'm gonna get down to, we went through 45. That's pretty funny. I didn't even notice that. We went right, we hung out here and put a level in at 45 and then off she went. I don't know what the significance of that number. I suppose it's got to be a strike or something, but I've never seen any level recur so many times in recent memory, at least. It got to be a standing joke in TLab and on Static both. There's something going on here. I haven't checked this yet. So, yeah. 12 o'clock and then, we have a bond auction too. 12 o'clock and then 16:30. Okay. Well, I am disappointed. Oh, wait a minute. What was that? Greed and fear index in crypto. My. Oh, yeah. That's I guess Bitcoin is, falling out through the floor or something. I don't ever track it, but somebody said something. Look at this. Jesus. When I watch things like this, I stand here, I don't take any solace in the fact that I am disciplined and didn't take the trade because it wasn't signaled. I think that was the stupidest. Why didn't I just take the damn thing anyway? But that's, then you've shot the whole process of I've shot my whole process of system approaching this with this, probabilities point of view out the window. Damn, but 50 handles. No, 30 handles. Jesus. And it ain't over yet. And there's enough volume shoving through. IRT's still struggling. What is it? What's going on here? Still low, 83% for this time of day over 20 days. And the ATR's not goofy either. Look at this shit. What's this all about? It looks like a flashing sign outside of a motel. What is that all about? Jesus Christ. I can tell you what I'm going to do with this thing. I'm going to do that right there. There you go. Go flash somewhere else. Jesus Christ. I'm going to finally get this down to one chart and one thing in the middle of the room here, I guess, before I can finally get it to stop lagging out. I now close off the TLab and I'm going to close off the stats, trying to get as many things shut down as I can to identify where any kind of big problems are. now this is just freaking disappointing, to put it mildly. Hmm. 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 10 o'clock. Well, that would have made back for all of those stops, those consecutive stops on that one trade right there. That's not any way to look at it, but it is, a way that, how can I not? I really need to rethink the whole idea, I guess. I don't know. And then especially when I go to have a look at Static or somewhere and there are, 200 ticks here and 160 ticks there and something else. And it's like, son of a bitch. And it's falling hard still. Continuing. Don't you imagine how many people are trying to pick this bottom? Jesus. I bet there's a lot of them. I'm going to try something here. Okay, there's a standing lag. It's been hanging like that for a while now. I'm going to reboot this, and I hope nobody in TLab takes a shit, freaks out or something, but I've noticed that this is a problem. I'll put it back over here. I'm going to just reboot it and then bring it back up and see if that doesn't straighten out these lags. Give it a minute here to think. Free up the memory or whatever it does. I know just about enough about this to be dangerous, that's a problem. I'll see what happens. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I don't get it. Son of a bitch, what is that? I wonder. Oh well. There we go. There we go. Oh. Oh, look at this. Look at it go. Jesus Christ. And, you know, and I'm a basically natural short, so. My goodness. My goodness. Pretty darn frustrating. On this call I've got at 11:30 with the tax accountant to do the tax. So that's just it's going to be a great day. Oh. I need to be on the beach someplace. And tomorrow's CPI. Yeah, I think maybe I've overcomplicated this whole story. At least one nice thing, I don't have to go driving around today until tonight. Late out after the market closes, I've got an evening class, so that helps. Which way would you, if somebody asked you, which way would you think the context was today? Holy crap, huh? And you can bet your ass that there's a whole bunch of boys and girls that are trying to pick that bottom. Long, 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 long. Has to be. That's how it works. Remember, these are futures contracts between a buyer and a seller. Every time somebody sells, somebody buys. Every time somebody comes across this inside bid over here and hits that, inside market and hits the bid, somebody down here thinks it's a great idea to go up. I'm only disappointed that I'm not on it. Very methodical, actually. Not any kind of random craziness or super volume dumps or anything like that. It's just methodical selling down the go. And in futures, as I'm sure everybody knows, it's a zero-sum environment. So for every one of these sells, somebody's on the other side of that trade buying. It's an impossibility to have more sellers than buyers. It's in futures. So at some point, whoever's short all that inventory or long all that inventory is going to go, okay, I think what we're going to do now is go the other way. And that may just be unwinding all of this stupidness over here. Don't forget. Because when all of this buying was going on, somebody was taking the short side. So now they're unwinding it, I guess. That's how I understand it anyway. I understand that I'm not on it, and I'm freaking disappointing. I'm disappointed, I'll tell you that much. But I don't chase them, and I don't FOMO, and, I at least have that, I guess. Well, they're busy. So, Trump administration covertly sent thousands of Starlink terminals into Iran last month. Okay. Well, that had to make his buddy Leon, or what is his name? Elon, happy. That question popped into my mind when they were having that big uprising, you know, those rebellions is, and there was a lot of talk about Starlink this and Starlink that. And the first thought that hit my mind was, so who on the ground has got the Starlink thing in Iran? Now, I guess now we see it. I bet you I bet if you get caught with one of them, it's not the most fun thing that happened. Probably. But what do they care? What do these guys care? What do they care? We're going to get down to 68, 40, 45 for too long here. Man, oh man. How many of these, how many naked volume points of control have they been picking off? No, none. See how funny that is about restarting that book or IRT and now there's no lags? And I've been restarting it at 7 in the morning, but I guess I'm going to have to do it after the open at some point and just hope all the folks that use those levels don't break out or it isn't too inconvenient. If I do it quick enough, it shouldn't be even noticeable, I guess. I can tell you this is this is noticeable right here, though. I can tell you that right now. Son of a gun. And not to be outdone, of course, the NASDAQ is, what is the NASDAQ doing? Let's see, 25,393, 24, 867. Now, I can't even do that math. That's a 500 or 600 points. What the hell is going on? The NASDAQ. And by the way, we're running up on, get out your scratch pad and scratch your head about circuit breakers. We're still, this is not a pretty thing here. So you need to review the CME circuit breaker story. And I forgot, to be honest with you, it's been such a while. I should have that as a document I can pull up and throw in the stream notes, I guess. Tonight, now they will reset these intraday margins at 1700 when the ETH opens. They will reset the margins to 25% until after the CPI. Same way with non-farm payroll and PMI. Basically 4 reports: non-farm payroll, FOMC meetings, CPI, and PPI. And then 15 or 20 minutes after the report, they reset them back to normal. So in other words, if you're trading a E-mini, instead of $500 margin, it's $5,900 for one contract, which could be a bummer. Yeah. Well, be interesting. I'm sure Thomas made millions of dollars and been short this entire run, I suppose. These are the kind of days you need to be on them in order to, these are the days that make your week or your month or whatever, you know. And I don't know, I got to really think about this whole story, frankly. Yeah, from a fundamental, you know, foundational level. There's the first quasi pullback in an hour of straight down selling. Basically. Yeah, there's a little burp here, I guess, and one down here. If you look at the Renko, it's just Katie bar the door. Man, oh man, oh man. And another wave coming at him. Yeah, I'm gonna start thinking about this phone call now. It's about time for the Tom. It's Tom time, Antonio. I haven't listened to the stream in a long time. I'm not gonna either, but yeah, I guess I might review that next time I'm out walking. I'll review some of them in here. Structured trades. I'm sure there were some great get-ons around here that several of the folks have made a lot of money on. That good for them. I don't know what Static's up to. I would suppose they're probably doing all right too. Try to keep focused on what I'm doing here, thinking that's the idea. Let's see. Well, Rod says this is dropping 10 points every 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. Lefty decided to trade mean reversion this morning. Holy shit. Why would anybody do that in this? I don't know. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's too bad. Holy cow, they hit 60. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Who hit 60? Put futures are just flying off the map for, I guess, the ES. I'm not a options guy, but there's a snap on here from Harry about that they hit 60, and that's from $7 to 60 in this hour, I guess is what it is. And if Jorgensen's making money hand over fist, I guess. I don't know. That poor lefty, he posted quite a quite a thing yesterday about his condition. Too bad. But he's a big supporter, was a big supporter of the this administration. So, you know, I guess if you were, you better not bitch too loud about inflation and jobs and the economy, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I guess I shouldn't say anything, but I really don't know what to think about it. I feel sorry for anybody that's, you know, got their ass in a crack and under a lot of pressure, me included. But I'll never forget hearing an interview with an Englishman who had, during Brexit, who was crying to the news reporter about how this is going to ruin his business and all of his employees were going to lose their jobs because they relied on daily imports of flowers, I think it was, every day, you know, blah, blah, blah. And this was going to just put him out of business and he didn't know what to do. And the reporter said, and by the way, how did you vote on Brexit? The guy goes, oh, well, I voted for Brexit. And the reporter said, well, maybe you should have thought of this first. You know, you stupid shit. It's kind of hard to feel sorry for somebody that does that. But I think it's symptomatic of as long as it's not bothering me, they only look outside, like all of the stuff going on over here now. Nobody says a word because it's not affecting them. The minute it affects them, all of a sudden, it's a big deal. I think. Could be wrong. All right. I'm going to shut up now and watch the market. And get ready for this call in an hour. Make sure it's in an hour. Make sure I have my times right. What are they doing? Wow, if you could probably hear that out sneezing so loud in the other room, it's probably deafened you. Oh, well, maybe they're going to put an end to it here for a little bit. Well, all those guys that Spurs and all those guys that picked the bottom over there are all happy about it. I think what I've always noticed is that all of the times that they've tried to pick these bottoms, it's like everything else, you know. Nobody ever says anything about all the misses. And it's a human nature thing. It's a monkey boy deal, actually. You know, it's one of the human frailties that have come to us from evolution, where we forget the bad stuff and remember the good stuff. And, you know, traits that served us well years ago, or 100,000 years ago in the savannah or wherever, don't do us much good today in trading. Risk aversion and wanting to be right and chasing and FOMO and all that stuff is all part of your wiring, I believe. And the only way that I don't think it's ever going to go away, the only way I believe that it will, you can deal with it as a trader, is to be continually aware of your state of mind and don't act on those things. The minute you realize that FOMO, or monkey boy, that I like to call him monkey boy, is acting up, you know, put him out in the backyard or whatever, wherever you hang him off the balcony, whatever. Don't act on it. FOMO, picking the bottom, trying to be a contrarian and going against the market move. You know, as Tom likes to talk about, you want to be with the advancing army or the retreating army. That's another way to look at it. And it's all this kind of platitudes, you know, as far as standing here watching the market sell off however many freaking ticks, 100 ticks, 100 points. Here you are. More than 100 points. 70? 70. 100 handles on the 100 handles without any heat, straight down. Man, that was one that was easy to trade advantage and one that could have made your whole month. With a one lot. That's really unfortunate, but it's really a definite alert about FOMO and Monkey Boy and all that stuff, I believe. I may have to go foraging here. Well, there you go, VPOC migration. All right, I'm going to be on the side here. I've got a meeting with the accountant in the bottom of the hour, so obviously this is not an environment that you want to jump into. At this point, the trade was off the initial balance high, or initial balance low, actually. This is anything you do now, really evaluate FOMO. Well, that was a waste of space. Yeah, so I'm an hour off now. I'm gonna step out and have a look at things. I would not be entering any trades around here. No problem, because I only trade the vetted trades, and it's quite a ways to that initial balance low. It's exactly 100, it's almost 100 points. No, I don't think so. Anyway, nothing's fallen over. That's a good thing. Music's musicking. That's a better thing. Found the form the accountant was looking for. That's a really good thing. Well, I suppose you're aware that this is long liquidation, eh? I'm still chasing papers for this accountant here, so I'm between phone calls. If we get it together before the close, great. If not, I'll be back on just before the shutdown. Well, they just can't get enough of that down, can they? Gee, look at that. Well, I still haven't got all these things sorted out, but anyway. Tomorrow we have the CPI numbers, so let me just jump into the recap real quick, and that'll have to be it, I guess. Shouldn't be any reason to tell anybody what happened today. Wow. Wow. That is some kind of sell-off, isn't it? Oh. Holy mac. No trades for me that were even remotely. Well, there's the IB high, the IB lower. There was price down the bottom of the monitor, so that's the initial balance out of it. I mean, that's the the IB trades out of the way. Let's move on to tomorrow. Well, the first thing that's pretty important to know is right there, CPI. Now, who knows what they're going to do to these numbers? If it's anything like non-farm payroll, that was really the emperor's new clothes, sure. And that's why today is, you see what's happening, in my opinion. Tomorrow's CPI, and it's at 7:30. Now, this is one of the three big numbers in which, I should say, for which the CME raises the market margin, intraday margin, until after the report. So this is going to go up to 25% at $1,500 a day. Earnings continue, no question there. We're going to get the market on closing balance over here. Trump is going to talk some more. I guess that wasn't enough. Yeah, the news sources are free. This is investing.com. You can filter it however you'd like. If you don't know what the CPI is, you can click right there like that and get the current reports and who puts it out and everything else. And this is Financial Juice. Same idea. Also filterable, also free. Now, the right side over here is going to have the market on closing balance. It's more of a squawk box. And the left side's still got the calendar, but they will pull non-economic reports and typical, normally scheduled economic reports into the thing. Like, for example, Trump here, and there's a couple more where there was something else that happened along the way. So there you go. Be on alert for tomorrow. It's Friday. CPI. And this sell-off be interesting. I can tell you one thing's for sure. See this right here? We're coming up to 1,500 of the cash close right here. Typically, when we do this kind of thing, the overnight continues in the direction. Like the auction, you see that there's no real excess down here at the bottom. There is kind of, but typically the auction continues. So keep your eyes open for that. And hopefully tomorrow will be a normal day when I can just be here and not be doing accountants. And Jesus, this week's been from hell. I apologize. What are you going to do? Nothing I can do, but I apologize to the stream for sure. Beyond my control and something you have to do. Look at that sell-off. Look at there. Oh boy. Fantastic economy. Huh? Maybe not. I don't know. I'd say that this is classically a B-shaped profile, right? Or if you want to look at it over here. And that is, without a doubt, long liquidation. So, yeah, maybe we don't want to be up here after all. We'll see what happens tomorrow. They could turn it around and run it up, but I would be real careful to look for the overnight and look at that CPI in the morning, first thing, before you get all excited. Let's see whether we get this bounce or not. Didn't save it down. Wow, they're going to dump it right into the close. And the market on closing balance. Watch right here and see, as if we might get anything more radical, drastic. But look at that. 1 second. There you go. Well, there they go. There they go lower. Market on closing balance. And there we are. Oh my God, look at this. The biggest one I've ever seen. You read this 2,904,000,000 sell side S&P 500. 1,600,000,000 sell side NASDAQ, 857 billion sell side Dow, 915 billion sell side Mag 7. Holy crap, I gotta post this. That's amazing. So there you have it. Those are the biggest numbers I've ever seen. And I've been standing around here a while. Wow. That's amazing. Frankly, to me, that's amazing. So yeah, so they are really hammering it. And yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. Jesus Christ. My Outlook closed and I lost some notes that I had, so I need to figure out what number this. God damn, this has been a day from hell. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault but mine. Crazy. So we're going to shut this thing down in 5 minutes. Remember that normally I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. The first 30 minutes is setup, pre-market, pull together the statistics, everything like that. And then we have the market open and I trade live and fully transparent and fully accountable. This is my live funded AMP futures account right here. I not meant for for trade or financial advice, but I trade live and I trade exactly what I'm anticipating because this is my virtual trading journal. So everything that I see is captured on my screens here. And the only way that I get what I'm thinking at the moment into my journal and the recording, i.e. the live stream, is my voiceover, my narration. So if I'm anticipating a trade setting up, I go through each one of the steps as they happen and execute here on Bookmap. I typically do look at this. These are the two IVs. This is typically the two vetted trades that I have running currently, or vetted setups that I have running currently, the initial balance trades. And look at this mess. Unbelievable. Now, unfortunately, there was never a pullback to the trigger zone. Yes, this was an A signal. This is a B, but you need to come back to the trigger. Or let's put it this way. There was the A. This would have been here. Let's make this bigger so it's easier to explain. The trigger had this dipped into the continuation zone, or had this dipped in the continuation zone, retouching the trigger here. This was short would have been that would have been signaled short. Neither one of those things happened, and I don't chase, and I don't FOMO. So I stood here and watched this run out, and that's not fun. It doesn't make for good streaming or good whatever entertainment, but that's not why I'm here, and that's not the point. I don't move my stops away from target or, entry. I don't chase. I don't FOMO. I feel all of those emotions because I'm human and that's all wired into Monkey Boy, right? But I am aware of them. I try to maintain awareness of that. And that's where it's at. Nice going, guys. Some of these guys have been following it down, and that's the way to do it. But I don't have any vetted setups, and that's all I'm trading. I don't change my trade plan during the session. So I may not have much, but I have discipline. So there you go. And as I said, every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I'll be here. Remember that you are the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trade office. Make sure that you take care of yourself. You should be well rested, hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, get away from the mouse. Today I had to deal with this accountant and tax stuff, and it's at 11:30 or 12, and it's just winding up now. I'm not trading. I'm staying away, and that's that. So tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, let's hope for a nice, peaceful trading day of volatility and CPI. Remember that if you're trading a live account with a regular broker, be sure you pay attention to your margin requirements. And they raise those margin requirements at 1700 tonight when the ETH session opens. The report is not until 7:30 in the morning. So you might think, oh, well, yeah, this is no problem. I'm going to make some trades tonight. If you have a smaller account, you could get the rude awakening of a margin call. And the margins go to 25% of carry, which means that, for example, ES would normally $500 day margin on the ES would go up to $5,900. So there you have it. And there you have the market on close. I mean, the cash close. Sorry for these disjointed days lately, but you can rest assured that I am completely transparent, completely accountable. I take no trades off the stream. I try to make it always available for anybody that needs it. Anybody that needs these session prices, I push them live from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 Friday afternoon, 24 continuous. And if that would be helpful, I share them with a lot of people, TLab and around, and I'm happy to share the link. Drop something in the chat. And thanks for stopping by. Like and subscribe and thumbs up, and tell your friends and send money and all that stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. What a day. Wow. And remember what I said. If anybody's still in earshot here, watch for continuation on the reopen here. I'll bet money we drive lower in the ETH. That's not a prediction. It's just something I've noticed happens a lot. Have a good one.